Good afternoon, everybody. Please have a seat so we can get started with our study session. Thank you to everybody watching us from home or online. We are here on Tuesday, August 22nd, going to start our study session. And may I please get a call to order? Starting now.
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Here.
Ms. Carmen Trujillo,
Here.
Mr. Regional Carrillo,
Here.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Here.
and Ms. Erica de la Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll get our study session started with our superintendent evaluation tool and pass it over to Dr. Hagiga.
Thank you, President Bueno, Vice President Trujillo, members of the board, and our cabinet community that are watching. Today, we have the opportunity to review a tool for my evaluation for the 23-24 school year. And what I prepared for the board today is the ASBA evaluation along with the manual, and there's also a short form. So I'd like to be able to pass those to you.
Thank you.
So the very first document that you see, it's an abbreviated form. This one is not specific to the superintendent. This one's an evaluation of district administrator, but it has been used for superintendents. And so I wanted to offer that brief form to you. The next one
I'm
is—
sorry, for clarification,
Oh,
can you
yes.
please, which form are you, which is the first one?
It's the CBI-E. CBI-E. That one says evaluation of district administrator, and then it shares, again, the abbreviated form of what we have in policy and what ASBA offers as part of the guidance. That's the brief one. Then I wanted to share with you, before we review it, we have the Superintendent Evaluation Tool Handbook. This is what ASBA has offered. And this is also a document that was reviewed by the Phoenix #1 board. I believe it was 21-22 was for the pilot, and it wasn't adopted, but it was Ms. Bacon that came out to share a presentation with the board. And so this is a superintendent evaluation handout, and that goes with the superintendent evaluation tool. So when you look at these two areas, this one is much more comprehensive. And what it does is, for the superintendent evaluation tool, it guides the board and the superintendent as to the components for each one of the areas and its intended use as an evaluation tool for, again, the superintendent. And you will see on the superintendent evaluation tool itself, that one has several domains. And if you look at this one right here, the way that I put it together so that you can flip it to the top, because otherwise it's going to get confusing. This one has the rating scale, and then it goes into the domains along with the standard for each area. And so today we have the opportunity to review it in its entirety, or I can take direction from you as to how you want to comb through this particular tool. This is the only tool that I brought to the table. I looked at a couple others from other states, but because of how things are aligned here in Arizona, I wanted to keep it with something that our board had already looked into in the past and something that aligns with what we do here in Arizona.
And for clarification of those that are following online, what you see on the screen is not the evaluation tool that we are discussing. So if we can just remove that from the screen, and then we'll allow Dr. Hagiga to continue walking us through this evaluation tool that we're seeing for the first time.
Yes, so I want us to first look at each domain. And within each domain, you have leadership and district culture. That's on page 4. And then on page 6, you have the domain of instructional leadership. On page 8, organizational management. On page 10, we have equity, diversity, and inclusion. And then you have on page 12, domain 5, communication and community relations. Domain 6, we have board, governance, and policy. And then on pages 16 and 17, that's where all the scores get compiled from each domain. And that's where ratings take place from domain 1 through domain 6. That's how, and then each one of the domains has the standards that would allow us to break it down into some of the role and responsibility of the superintendent. And I found this tool to be very, very comprehensive, and it really speaks to the different areas of the superintendency.
Have you thought of how this would align to what's in the contract? And if so, which one would you say best aligns to what's stated in the contract?
They both do. Are you talking about the?
Policy.
Yeah, they both do, because they are the contract, a lot of it is drafted from the policy of what we have. And so what it is that in the contract, there's less details about the evaluation. Here on the evaluation, it allows you to really comb through what are the specific areas so that we can have measures of success as part of the standards. And so I saw that it was a good alignment for whether it be the short version or the longer version. It aligns with a lot of what the contract speaks to, specific to the evaluation.
Have you reviewed the indicators?
I did have an opportunity to look at the standards along with what connects with each one of them for the indicators of success for each area. And I also found that some of them are more detail oriented and others give you more of that broad vision. And so, for example, if we look at standard domain 1, the standard of the mission, vision, and value, it speaks to not just having the vision, mission, and value, but it also speaks to being able to implement and share with others that mission, vision, and value. So it says models and promotes the district mission, vision, and core value. So it's not just a matter of having them, it's a matter of me being responsible to make sure that they're out there and that people know what we stand for. And so that's just one example.
Madam Chair, I've got a quick question. Were these emailed to us?
No, they were not.
Or just, my mind is just wanting to see, like, if there's a color coded version that matches with the indicators and stuff so can we get those emailed to us?
Absolutely. And the original sheet does have more color, but it doesn't have the color codedness that you're speaking to. But I could look at something that allows us to be able to connect them.
No worries, just for future reference.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What is the thinking for how this will utilize this evaluation for this year, and then a tool that will be brought in to align with the SOFG
Yes.
goals and guardrails, and how do we navigate this evaluation too, and either transitioning to that one or integrating both of them?
I think we have two separate thoughts flowing here. We are going to need something different than our SOFG evaluation this year based on what Dr. Ramos had shared with us. There are some comparisons with what we have here. This one speaks to making sure that, there is that instructional assessment, for example, on domain 2. And we have the second standard develops, utilizes, and monitors systems to disaggregate data to guide and foster instructional strategies to meet the needs of all students. That aligns very much to what we're doing with our SOFG. That's how we're doing our progress monitoring. And so there's some that align to the work that we're doing with SOFG, but what we're looking at this year is bringing a tool that's not SOFG, and it won't be until the following year will we have the opportunity to bring SOFG. We are using it as right now a way for us to better understand the process of student outcomes focused governance, but it's just not something that I would be evaluated on that yet.
So we would be using this evaluation too for the 23-24 school year once adopted, approved, and then the SOG evaluation too would be used for the 24-25 school year.
Yes, and I see that once we get to SOFG, there's going to be components perhaps of this evaluation that we are going to want to bring into the SOFG because it doesn't address all of the areas with the goals and the interim goals and the superintendent guardrails. It addresses some of them. So there may be a combination of the two, but that would be for the 24-25 school year. And that would be something that the board will speak to and make decisions around.
That was my question too. So thank you for asking.
Well, just to follow up with that information, the SOFG evaluation pairs in tandem with our progress monitoring that we're going to be doing. So we're going to be using that regardless. So that's why I was thinking last time we spoke about this thing that I would, the suggestion was made to use the SOFG tool. So I'm hoping we can go over that today just so we know the tool, but I also am glad that it's something that we'll get to work with and know how to use as we learn how to do our progress monitoring. So hopefully they will both kind of, what's the word? Support each other, I guess.
Vice President Trujillo, if I'm hearing you right, it sounds like you're suggesting using them both so that it's like a practice for when the SOFG one is the only evaluation tool that we use for 24-25.
Sorry, I guess I must have missed that part. So we're thinking we're choosing a tool right now, so that way we're set up to have just the SOFG tool like in the future?
No. So
Okay.
for 23-24, Dr. Huggy got suggesting using the ASBA, and you're suggesting using them both because it will like align with our stuff, but using the ASBA for 23-24 as the official one, and then the SOFG as so that we can get used to it and practice using that for 23-24.
I guess I was just more so saying that no matter which tool I think is decided at some point, we're just the progress monitoring pairs with the SOFG evaluation. I mean, that's just part of the framework that we're going to be using. So we get to kind of learn how that goes. It's not like a tool that we'll have to learn later on. It's kind of just going to be something that and stuff. So I was just saying it's not going to be something that we get to use later on in the future. Essentially, it's something that the progress monitoring is going to build up to. I
Okay,
was just making that distinction that way we all know that is something that is part of what we're already doing. Which is that was what I pulled from our last conversation from last meeting about a tool.
okay,
So I kind of just went through it more, and that's what we learned about. And so that's why I just wanted to share that it's not something that's too far from us, because it is, like you said, part of the framework. So I just wanted to definitely just make that point that it is something we're going to be using, or we're just going to be like I said, building up to with the progress monitoring that we do. So it's just part of the system, not necessarily a tool that we'll choose later on, I guess.
thank you. It does make sense that it's a build up and that we're including it so that we can learn how it works and then, but not necessarily be like, okay, it's June, here's your thing that we haven't used and now you're first evaluated on it. So yes, I like that it will build and that we can include possibly both options for now. Thank you.
And I just wanted to clarify and just share that I believe that we're ready to use the SOFG framework. So if we can, Randy, if we can please pull that materials up. I also did send an email to the board, just, with information of what the superintendent evaluation process looks like. And then the example of using our framework, that example, and the framework itself. So we'll get it here pulled up in a second. In order to start the SOFG evaluation, you have to adopt your board goals. We are meetings away from adopting the interim goals. So I think we're at that point where we can adopt the SOFG framework evaluation tool. So there you'll see a goal or guardrails performance is met if option 1, the actual ending point equals the desired ending point, or at least 2/3 of the interim goals and guardrails. Can you pull up the next sheet so we can see an example of what the actual evaluation looks like? And so here we have our board goals, and then we have the interim goals, and then the guardrails to the right. And so this is essentially, how we would evaluate based off of if the interim goals were met, the percentage of the actual goals met. And then you see an example under the goals is that 2/3 of those goals were met. Therefore, the superintendent met their annual target. So I'll just let you kind of review that, and then just know that I also sent you the email that grounds us in the purpose of the superintendent evaluation.
I do see the email now. Thank you for sending that.
Yes, thank you very much, President Bueno, for getting us all the information.
I do have a question then, just for clarification. So for 23-24, what is Dr. Ramos, and remind me, we expect to do this 23-24 evaluation by June of, yeah, okay. And Dr.
Yes.
Ramos is recommending that we use what for 23-24? Anyone?
So, in the framework, you'll read that in order for the board to be ready to implement the superintendent evaluation using the student outcome focused governance framework, the first goal is to adopt our board goals, which we have done in May. We adopted our goals and now we're, very close to adopting our interim goals and guardrails. So I just don't see the need to push it back another year when we are literally starting our progress monitoring. So, today our cohort, what we reviewed was the superintendent evaluation. And that's what I heard again, was that once you adopt your board goals, that's when you can use the evaluation tool. Vice President Trujillo, did you hear that also?
Yes, that was my understanding as well.
And you had asked, what did Dr. Ramos recommend? He had recommended for us to work through this year and to adopt the evaluation for the superintendent for the 24-25 school year. He had shared that we would need to do something different this year as we work through getting to know what it's like to use this framework. That's what he had shared with us.
Okay, thank you.
Just to touch on that point, my understanding was that when I asked about that after our last meeting in our coaching session, it was okay if we wanted to use the SOFG one, because of course the board gets to decide what tool that is. So that I think because evaluations have always been not my strong point, because the district has done, well, I guess we've never had a tool, right? That's why. So it is very confusing to me. But I guess the thought behind it was that we could just use the SOFG one. But as far as like including stuff that had, I guess around the whole district that might not be in the SOFG tool, like that would be the other reason to have a different tool. But if we did want to, if that's what the board decided to do, which was use the SOFG one, that was fine. That was my understanding when I spoke to him about it.
Yeah, I'm fine either way. The way what I translated everything was that we were going to adopt a SRG evaluation tool. However, I would not feel comfortable putting the wagon before the horse. And yes, we've done the goals. We're talking interim goals, but I would feel more comfortable having all that set and approved before we go forward with an approving an evaluation tool. And so I do appreciate the discussion, and those would be my comments in terms of the order at which it should happen.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat what order should it happen?
Adopting the progress monitoring, and then taking a look at the evaluation tools.
Which evaluation tool?
The ones we're discussing in this moment.
What we're discussing too, is it SOFG or is it ASBA?
It looks like the most salient options are ASBA in this one.
Tonight, we're just discussing the evaluation tool though, right? It's not agenda-based. Okay. That's all. I think Vice President Trujillo brought up an interesting point that there may be parts of what we do here in the district that maybe the ASBA tool includes that the SOFG tool doesn't. I think it's an interesting idea to use both and see where we end up and decide what we like or don't like at the end, like in August or July, after we've had time to implement and then revise. But I guess also like a little bit more clarity regarding what Dr. Ramos recommends, because it sounds like maybe there were two different or multiple conversations, and we heard different things. So, but otherwise, I absolutely want to move to our SOFG tool and be able to use that so it aligns and be able to look at this ASBA once more.
Thank you. I also agree, based off of just the glance that I was able to do for the ASBA tool, I do see some of the, I forget what term the ASBA tool uses, indicator. So I do see some of the indicators also being some of our guardrails. So I do see that, they are kind of in alignment, but I haven't had the opportunity to really go through the ASBA one because I'm barely receiving this information now. So I'm assuming I'll have the time to take a look at that to really see where does SOFG fit and where does ASBA fit, and then we can reconvene to decide what tool to use. But I do just want to put on the table when will we be ready to bring this back?
Madam Chair, if I can make one more comment, please. I want to echo exactly the points that you made, because I do want to focus on the importance of really getting the SOFG framework down, and it seems like we are plateauing for a while. So bringing in something different and new, I just don't want that to take away from any of our growth, because I feel like we're about to make some good progress, depending on how much more coaching and stuff we get past tonight's discussion. So that is a concern of mine. So I just wanted to say that out loud while echoing what President Bueno was recommending. And I don't have a suggestion on when we wanted to come back for this.
May I suggest our next board meeting in September? Will we be ready?
That date works for me.
Dr. Vink?
As far as a date, that works for me. I am interested in knowing whether we can have some clarification from Dr. Ramos on his recommendation by then, and then also whether Dr. Davila Hagigat has input on being ready to use this SOFG tool for the coming year.
I think there's a couple of steps that we can take to reach the goals that are being shared here tonight. And one of them could be us doing the crosswalk between the ASBA and the SOFG evaluation tools. Of course, connecting with Dr. Ramos and making sure that we're staying true to the SOFG process. And I think that we would be able to bring something from both of the tools that makes sense for us. Again, not speaking for Dr. Ramos, but it really could be that it works out nicely with the indicators that we have in ASBA, like President Bueno just shared, and what we have with SOFG. So I think if we do that crosswalk, we may find that a lot of these can be a natural fit.
Yeah, once we have time to review the ASBA one, I think we can make the correlation. So with any questions remaining, so we can adjourn and get ready for our regular board meeting? Okay, hearing none, we will adjourn at 4:44 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We're about to get started. Please serve yourself, grab a cookie, grab a seat. It is 5:15. I'm ready to call this meeting to order. We are moving on to B2, which is our tribal land acknowledgement. In partnerships with the tribes who call Phoenix their first home, we acknowledge and respect that the land our schools are built on. We commit to being a strong partner with any and all tribal nations who entrust their children to our schools. We are grateful and honored to be partners. May I get a roll call?
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Here.
Ms. Regional Carrillo,
Here.
Ms. Erica de la Rosa, Dr. Alicia Vink,
Here.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Here.
Thank you.
With that, we'll all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Is there any recommendations for tonight's board agenda?
President Bueno, the administration recommends that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you. May I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
This is Carmen. So moved.
Alicia Vink, I second it.
Roll call.
Roll call vote for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Ms. Regional Carrillo,
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. With the agenda being adopted, we will be moving on to awards, recognitions, and announcements.
Thank you again, President Bueno, Vice President Trujillo, members of the board, cabinet, and our community here in person and online. Today, we have a very, very big celebration, and this is for over 100 students being reclassified out of our English language learner services. Buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos. Esta tarde tenemos una celebración muy grande y estamos celebrando a nuestros estudiantes y a sus familias que han sido reclasificados en el idioma del lenguaje inglés. With that, I want to turn it over to Dr. Gonzalez to give us more details.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, our cabinet, and all of our community. Muchísimas gracias para todas las familias. We are so excited to celebrate over 100 students and their families and all their teachers who have worked so hard to develop our students' biliteracy skills. These students have mastered the learning of a second language and demonstrated proficiency in English. Being able to be proficient and use more than one language is an incredible advantage in career and in life. And our students, with the help of their families and their teachers, are set to achieve outstanding things in the future. Congratulations to all of you. Felicidades, todas los gentes. Thank you for everything you have done. And now we are here to celebrate you, and we're going to have the children who have passed their examination to stand up.
Estudiantes están celebrando muchos estudiantes y sus familias, sus maestros, y poner la habilidad de ser bilingües en dos idiomas. Estos estudiantes se muestran que tienen proficiencia en segundo idioma y ese idioma es el inglés. Teniendo proficiencia en más de un idioma, es algo que muchos estudiantes en sus carreras y en la vida. Queremos agradecer Gracias a las familias, a los maestros, por este gran acontecimiento que estamos celebrando hoy. Felicidades y nos gustaría tener a tus estudiantes que por favor ellos reciban un certificado. Es un honor estar aquí con ustedes. What an amazing job. Thank you. Thank you, parents. Padres, gracias. Yo vine a este país cuando tenía 11 años y fue con el apoyo de mis padres y de mi familia y de personas como ustedes que pude llegar a tener los sueños que siempre he querido. It was 11 years of age that I came, very similar situation to what you see right here. And it was thanks to my family, my parents, and the support that I got that I was able to reach my dreams. Continúen adelante con ganas. Estamos aquí para apoyarlos a ustedes y a sus hijos. Muchas gracias. We're here to support you and your families. Thank you and congratulations again. This concludes our reports. Esto concluye nuestros reconocimientos. Parents, if you're needing to go for dinner and everything else to stay, están bienvenidos a que si quieren salir sano y todo para mañana pueden hacerlo. Thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I think we're ready to continue moving on along our agenda. Did that wrap up our awards and recognitions?
It does. It does. Yes, thank you, President Bueno.
We'll move on to item C, current event summary.
Thank you again. I have to get back. My cheeks hurt. I'm smiling so much. That was just such an amazing way to start our meeting today. I also want to welcome Ms. Nicole Baker, Executive Director for Communications, Marketing, and Community Relations. We are excited to have her as part of our Phoenix #1 family. Welcome, Ms. Baker. And we have a presentation where our community and our board will be able to see pictures. C1, if we can pull that up. We had a smooth opening to the 23-24 school year. The new staff onboarding was very successful. Teachers received their resources such as technology and materials, attended professional development, and set up their classrooms. The Meet the Teacher events was also very well attended. Teachers and staff were able to share with parents and guardians the different resources to have a great start to the school year. We appreciate the support of our governing board members that were able to attend to one or several of these events. We also have on our next slide, the Newcomer Center. We had 20 students welcome to our Newcomer Center at Dunbar. The students were greeted by their teachers. They spent time learning words and phrases that are commonly used and will help them to communicate with their peers and teachers at their home school. It's an 8-week program. And this program is for immigrant families new to the language and the culture of the United States. A special thank you to the Dunbar staff, family engagement, and transportation for supporting the arrangements. And so they start at the Family Center and then we celebrate them just like we did today. As part of our community engagement, I had the opportunity on our next slide to get to know better our Shaw and our Dunbar community. On the picture to the left, we see Dunbar having their cafecito with the principal. This was a great experience as I was able to see in action our language line translating for our Cambodian family, and simultaneously we were having another family being interpreted in Spanish. Were great successes. We were able to see different levels of needs, and of course, our parents being involved and supporting. At Shaw, we had the PTA, and they were speaking to some of the events that they will have this year. I look forward to being at other cafecitos and other PTA meetings to continue to get to know our community. Yesterday, the garden was highlighted as our students learned about sustainability. We have great appreciation to the Marine Foundation for their continued support in expanding learning through the garden. We are grateful to Fry Stores as their waste warriors have partnered with the Garfield Waste Ambassadors to turn organic waste into compost. And if we could play that video, please. It's worth the wait. Thank you. I also want to share again our gratitude for our business partners as they were able to donate various gifts for the back to school celebration. And our slide also shows those partners: Chase Building Team, our Harmon Branch Library District. We have ESI and Progressive Roofing, Brighton Construction, United Health, Pueblo Mechanical, Cox, Beyond the Hurt, and that was for a total of $21,075. So we want to again share our gratitude. And lastly, we had an unfortunate situation at Herrera where there was a flood, and there were a lot of different challenges with that. But what really surfaced was the strength of our team and the support that everyone brought to the table in order for us to be able to really get our students back in class. That support was seen through plant services that continue to move and make sure that everything was being addressed and at that level. Our staff, our administrators, and our receiving staff for Faith North, Laurel, Bethune, and the staff that relocated within Herrera. We just want to share the gratitude again. We also want to share our gratitude to our families and our students for supporting us during this time of need. We are now operating out of these sites, and we continue to monitor the needs of the adults and our students. Again, it was a very challenging time, but it was also a very unifying time. So we are very proud to be able to say that we are now seeing those benefits as our students continue to learn and grow at their respective locations. Those are all of the superintendent reports. We appreciate our community and our partnerships, and a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you. May I hear from our board members?
I'll go. I will start by just echoing Dr. Davila Hagigat's sentiments regarding Herrera and the flood. I had the opportunity to meet with some of the families from Herrera transitioning to Laurel, and some of the staff that has been supporting the transition, and our students are happily adapting. And I'm so proud of the entire Phoenix L community for the way that we have supported our students, family, and staff through this. It has been a very busy month in the district, and I'm thankful to have been able to show up to a lot of things. So I'm just gonna share a tiny bit. I was able to do tours of Dunbar, Lowell, Heard, Garfield, and Edison, attend the task force at the Family Center, the Cafecito at the Family Center, and Emerson Meet the Teacher Night, our safety fair, lunch for our plant services staff, and then was also able to co-host a firearm safety event at Burton Bar with Vice Mayor Ansari and Moms Demand Action. So I was able to see our students engaged in learning, connect with our teachers and support staff, build relationships with families. And I'm just grateful to our entire community for your dedication to our students, and appreciate all the hard work that's happening.
I'll follow up. Didn't have as much extensive of a presence on our campus, but just reporting, first of all, a huge appreciation for our Maricopa County Superintendent for donations to our school sites. I visited those during Meet Teacher Night, and one specifically at Dunbar, especially all of the liaisons who are on the campuses that night, just interacting with students and families. So a lot of overall wonderful experience, seeing a lot of the turnout from our families, and I'm sure it's true of all schools. I only had the opportunity to visit our south school sites, Dunbar, Bethune, Herrera, and Lowell, to see a lot of the parents who are actually a lot of alumni at our school sites, and I got the opportunity to speak with them, and just reporting back that their positive interactions with staff, their positive interactions with school leadership, the reasons why they still believe in the education system, bringing their kids back to here, knowing that they'll be knowing that they trust our schools to enter and step on a campus where they know their kids will be safe and secure. And then so I loved seeing the promotion of the family center at our school sites when I was there, letting families know that this is open and about their upcoming resources. Overall, shout out to our principals in action, who I saw. I'm sure though all principals were just running around with their like chickens with their, you know how that saying goes, Principal Sal's, Ramos for greeting parents and families and just, I just saw them just spinning around the campuses, taking pictures, interacting with families, shout out to teachers. I know those are long, arduous nights, days, the beginning of school week is tough and it's tiring and shout out to you all for just doing your due diligence, having your classes prepared and even if that wasn't the case, having positive personable interactions with teachers, very joyous faces and interactions. And I know how hard that can even be when you're rushing to get back to school, set up everything. So thank you so much to all of us, from all of us for greeting our families and everyone that way. And then just appreciating all the diversity in our leadership and our staff. And I know that diversity, that representation is something that our students will see and it will impact them as they grow up, as they attend our school district. And I don't think there's anything else that I miss. A special shout out to Mr. Rubio I think he's at, I want to say Bethune. A lot of parents spoke positively of him and why they're happy that their kid is especially in his class. But overall, that's it. Thank you again for all your principals who had amazing turnout and who are also just there and tired and stressed out probably too, just as the teachers. So thank you for having those smiles on your faces.
I'll go quick. Next, Madam Chair. First of all, welcome back to all of our Phoenix Elementary students, our staff, principals, teachers, our frontline staff who serve our kids every day and build their futures up. I was lucky to go to the Meet the Teacher night for Garfield, which is right by my house. So I visit if I can make it to events. Usually that's the one I can actually hit the most often. And there was some good community partnerships involved there. They were giving out school supplies. They had services available through community partners. And one in particular, I took a flyer from, we have the Friendly House that's hosting a coffee talk, a cafecito for parents and students regarding prescription drug use, which is becoming a more prevalent subject. So that's coming up on September 7th at 5:30. And then we've got a morning edition September the 14th at 9 a.m. at the Garfield location. So I also was able to attend or visit the Bethune health fair that they put on from 10, I think, till 2 p.m. I came at the end, but it was really nice to get some data points from our principal. I hear over about 55 kids were able to do their physicals and things like that among an array of services for them with school supplies and everything. But I needed to make it out there to tell principal cells that as a mother of three, those events were usually the only way I got my kids signed up for school, sports physicals, things like that, because being in between insurance, paying out of pocket, those things are instrumental for some parents. So I wasn't going to include that, but I threw it in here because I would be not true to myself if I didn't share that with everybody, because I want everybody to feel seen at all times. So the last thing on a more emotional or a different emotional note, news out there shows there's new data out from Maricopa County that we had 290 people die of heat-related deaths in the month of July. We had temperatures hit as high as 119. 23 people died that day alone. So there are still homes out here in Phoenix that don't have air conditioning, that don't have weatherization, that don't have roofs in place. So just look out for your neighbor, look out for the people that you see walking to the store. And if they need help, get them in touch with us. We've got a family resource center to help connect people, be a liaison to the things that are out there, the programs and funding that have space to help those families. So we live in a very urban area. Our district has a very diverse population and all kinds of different on an array of whether it's income related, culturally, everything. So we have to be able to serve everyone and be accessible to everyone. So I just wanted to share that because it does bother me that here we are 2023 and each year the heat related deaths continue to double themselves or quadruple, and whatever we can do as a district to help those families that might have kids living in those homes, we need to be mindful of. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for sharing. I will share my updates. Yes, welcome to the 23-24 school year. August 2nd, we welcomed all our students back, getting ready for an exciting year. So thank you all. I'm sorry I missed the Meet the Teacher night and our convocation. I was out of town early in the week. So I'm happy to just hear all the good news and see some videos of what we celebrated at the convocation. August 10th, I had the opportunity to attend our Indian parent group. This is a group that I've been pretty active in. We meet virtually, so just kudos to Miss Sarah Sims and Ashley King for continuously organizing those parents. And we are excited in September, we are going to meet in person. So at Cahokia, which is an indigenous space here in downtown. So we are excited to get to meet in person. My next visit, August 11th, was over with Mr. Homestead at Whittier School. Thank you so much for your time in the morning, showing me. It was my first time actually touring Whittier. You know, we're over 100 years old, the building. And so, you know, it's just great just to be able to see a 2-story building and just kind of see, you know, what was there before, what is there now. So thank you for your time. And I have your wish list. Don't worry, I'm working on it. And August 16th, I had the opportunity to attend the Family Resource Center Task Force. Very well attended. Thank you to all the FACE specialists for getting our parents there and making them aware that the task force is the opportunity for them to collaborate and give input on what they want the Family Resource Center to look like. After that, I headed over to Sharp, where we had our site council. I had the opportunity to introduce myself as board president and just hear what site council was working on. I left right before PTA started at 6, but congratulations to Miss Mary Bankhead, who is now the Shaw PTA president. And I ended that evening over at Garfield. Congratulations to Miss Mendoza and Mr. Aviles on conducting a 8th grader parent night. It was really great just to start getting the 8th graders thinking, hey, what's after 8th grade? We need to start thinking of high school. What are we going to do? What fundraisers? Oh man, I loved hearing the fundraisers of like, hey, what is student council going to select to do their fundraising on, right? We as the adults are not going to make the decisions for our students. When our students get together and actually select who their president is, who their board is going to be, then they get to make those decisions. So I'm just quickly going to plug Jonathan. I reserve space over at Xanadu for their First Fridays. If you guys ever want a table and sell your whatever item student council comes up with, but you have space on a First Friday. And then lastly, thank you to Dr. Vink for inviting us to the gun safety. I apologize for showing up late, but it was a lot of great resources that I was able to take home. So thank you for leading that. And we need to continue to have those conversations around gun safety. So thank you. Again, good luck this year. Thank you to everybody. And we look forward to collaborating. Next, we will move on to our student outcomes focused governance.
I just have one more comment to make in response to Ms. President Trujillo attaching the current events to the current events. Thank you so much for calling that out. There's a resource available, but for calling with urban heat island impact and rising increase of heat related deaths. Again, thank you so much. The city of Phoenix has announced a resource in the form of a grant, and that's our principals, site leaders, our district, nonprofits, community associations can apply for that. That's the City of Phoenix Office of Heat Heat Response, I think, and Mitigation, and that's the city has a tree canopy grant that you can apply for and request funds to plant more trees in your community. And so hopefully a site leader, district, or anyone who's listening to this can go to the website, apply for that, and help increase our tree canopy coverage. Our lowest site, which is at Bethune, has an equity score of 57, and that is 3% coverage of the total area. So that's how bad it is. So thank you again, Vice President Trujillo, for calling that out. That's all.
Okay, we ready to move on to our student outcome focused governance? Thank you. So here is our space where us as a board will communicate to our community what we are working on. This is a quick grounding. Next slide. So in September of last year, 2022, the board came together and had a board retreat around our student outcome focused governance framework. This is a governance model that we have adopted. And with that, the preference is student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. There's strong academic papers that show the correlation between the relationship between the governing board and the superintendent is very important to make sure that the student outcomes are achievable and successful. So this is just a reminder and a grounding. Next slide, please. And here's the introduction to our framework. So we have 6 components that our framework embodies that include our vision and goals, our values and guardrails, monitoring and accountability, communication and collaboration, and last, unity and trust and continuous improvement. So for viewers watching and everybody who is joining us in person, we will continue to be transparent about what this governance model means. So you'll hear a lot of our SOFG framework. I'm also working on creating a toolkit so we could share, what the manual looks like, the academic papers to support it, and just really get us all on board, because us as adults need to check our behaviors to make sure that we're creating a safe space for our students to succeed. Next slide, please. And here are our board goals. We adopted our board goals May of this year. We went out to the community in February. We had 15 community meetings where we went to each one of the sites and really proposed, this is what we want to work on. We received data December of 2022. So that gave us an idea of what our baseline was going to be, and then what would our goal be, what our SMART goal would be at the end of those 5 years. And so while I say we adopted these in May, we also had some changes that we needed to make in terms of, what was actually our baseline. We had kind of estimated what our baseline based off of historical data, but now we absolutely know that here's where we're starting. So this school year 23-24, goal number 1, we're focused on early childhood literacy. As you can see, we're going to take our 25% proficiency rate up to 40% in 5 years. Our next goal is around early childhood mathematics, where we're going to take our 29% proficiency rate and bump it up to 54% by August of 2028. And goal number 3 are English learners. Today we just celebrated, that was such a great celebration. But again, this is one of our priorities. This is one of our goals. So we're at 32% and we're going to be up to 50% in 5 years. And then our other goals include around the middle school years. So we have our literacy goal of 29%, 5 years to 44%, and our mathematics at 13% to 38%. Those look like lofty goals, but I definitely have faith in our administration to make sure that we are going to get there. Next. And here are some of our superintendent guardrails. Things that we would want our superintendent to also focus on that are outside of those SMART goals that I just shared with you. So we have, number 1, district shall not operate without a reciprocal and effective communication plan between the board, district employees, and community stakeholders. Number two, the district shall not operate without a human organizational community customer service plan to foster trust and collaboration. The district shall not operate without a system designed to recruit, employ, and retain diverse staff who reflect the community and meet the needs of our urban district students and their learning environments. Number four, the district to operate without a site budget process where resources are allocated equitably. And last, the district shall not operate without implementing a community-focused plan to mitigate student enrollment barriers. These might sound familiar to you. We worked on these last week at our study session, and you'll hear more about them later. Next, please. And here are the goals. We will, the board shall not to direct or appear to direct staff on a day-to-day operations. The board shall not allow during regularly scheduled board meetings, spend less than 50% of our time progress monitoring the board's student outcome goals. So this is part of why we moved the agenda up to our student outcome focus governance items are first. So this is because we're showing that we're committed to monitoring this progress. Third is the board shall not deviate from the board's operating procedures. 4, the board shall not allow or negate newly elected board members from experiencing a quality onboarding process. And last, the board shall not focus on inputs and outputs at the expense of student outcomes. I think that's it. Is there a next? Let's see. Okay, perfect. So thank you. That's what I just wanted to ground us in our work. That was just a quick overview. You can also find our board guardrails, superintendent guardrails, board guardrails on our website. Please go visit that. I've downloaded all of those documents. So we are ready to move on to receive, discuss, and take possible action on our board interim goals.
Thank you again, President Bueno, Vice President Trujillo, and board members, along with our community. Today, we are going to hear from Dr. Gonzalez about our interim goals for each one of the goals that have been set by our board officers and our board.
Good evening, Madam President, members of our board, our viewing community, and our cabinet. This evening, these are goals that we had discussed previously, and you're going to see some of the changes that we had discussed in these goals. But for goal 1, the percent of third grade students with a pass rate on reading as per the AASA will increase from 25% on August 2023 to 40% by August 2028. That's the goal that had been approved earlier this year. And the interim goals that surround that are designed to be benchmarks that we will use to be able to track whether or not we're on track to actually hit that mark. So for the first year, interim goal 1 is to increase kindergarten students performing on track from 64% in spring of 2023 to more than 70% by spring of 2024, as measured by the Ames Web Plus Early Literacy Benchmark. This is an assessment that we use to measure students' reading, that they're working on developing their reading proficiency skills at the kindergarten level. We believe this is going to be a strong indicator of whether or not our students are prepared for the next grade level. And each of these interim goals that you will see, they build on one another so that by the time we hit the third grade, they actually are able to achieve the goal that we've set for ourselves. The interim goal 1.1 increases first grade students performing on track from 41% in spring of 2023 to more than 50% by spring of 2024, as measured by the Ames Web Plus Early Literacy Benchmark. And interim goal 1.2 increases second grade students performing on track from 41% in spring of 2023 to more than 50% by spring of 2024, as measured by the Ames Web Plus Early Literacy Benchmark. Moving on to goal number 2, you'll notice that there's a slight change in this goal, not in the goal, but in the interim goals. The goal is still the percentage of third grade students who with a pass rate on math as per AASA will increase from 29% in August of 2023 to 54% by August of 2028. In this, we've changed the interim goals to only 2 goals. The reason for that is that as we have really worked to embrace developmentally appropriate practices and following the state's guidance in using the KEA, which is an assessment of kindergarten readiness, we recognize we don't want to over-test our youngest students, but instead we want to be able to make sure that we're providing a strong foundation for them. And because KEA is an observational measure and it's just getting started, we don't have historical data to use to set a goal for that level. So our interim goals begin with first grade. The students performing on grade level from 34% in spring of 2023 will increase to more than 45% by spring of 2024 as measured by the iReady math diagnostic. And interim goal 2.1 looks at the second grade performance. Students performing on grade level will move from 25% in spring of 2023 to more than 33% by spring of 2024 as measured by the iReady math diagnostic. I want to point out that these goals are only 1-year goals because that gives us the chance to come back and check those against our bigger goal that we've set. I'll stop for a moment and entertain any questions that you may have about this change in goal 2.
A quick question, Dr. Hagiga. I do notice that these are different from our work study session, and I just wonder if you could touch on when these were updated into board docs. That would be helpful.
Yes, what we noticed that the first upload that we had did not include up on the top the request that was made for the on track. It was still at risk. And so I believe that the last upload was as early as Monday. Ms. Valencia, is that accurate information with our upload on Monday so that we could have the ability to really bring the most accurate information to you?
I asked because just whatever version I had on here, I was still having the at-risk version in front of me. So I just wanted to know for my own reference if this was before or if this was like today sometime, like just when that change occurred. And I do really appreciate the change in wording from reducing at-risk, performance to increasing on track. So, I mean, I appreciate this version a lot better. So thank you very much.
Yes, we did want to make sure that we had captured that based on our study session conversation because we strongly feel that asset-based language is a better way to approach learning. And so that was one of the reasons that we made that switch. Looking at our EL goal number 3, the percent of EL learners increasing proficiency levels at least one category as measured by the Azella will increase from 32% on July of 2023 to 50% by July of 2028. And our interim goal there is the percent of English learners increasing at least one placement level as measured by iReady reading diagnostic will increase from 48% in spring of 2023 to 55% by spring of 2024. Goal 4 is the percent of 8th grade students with a pass rate on reading as per AASA will increase from 29% on August of 2023 to 44% by August of 2028. Interim goal 4.0 looks at that increase with 5th grade students. You'll notice that we go from 5th, 6th, 7th. We don't include 4th grade because the 4th grade skill sets are very similar to the 3rd grade skill sets. And we recognize, given the testing moment, that the students are tested for the 3rd grade goal. This gives us a chance to really hone in and make sure that they're ready for the higher level mathematics in 5th, 6th, and 7th grade that will be predictive of 8th grade. So with that, the increase in the percent of 5th grade students performing on grade level from 23% in 2023 to more than 28% by spring of 2024 as measured by the iReady reading diagnostic. 4.1 looks at this with sixth grade students performing on grade level from 23% in spring of 2023 to more than 28% by spring of 2024 as measured by the iReady reading diagnostic. And then interim goal 4.2 is an increase in the percent of seventh grade students performing on grade level from 28% in spring of 2023 to more than 31% by spring of 2024 as measured by the iReady reading diagnostic.
I'm sorry, is that 26 or 28%?
It is 26%.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to work on getting glasses someday. All right, goal number 5, the percent of eighth grade students with a pass rate on math as per the AASA will increase from 13% on August of 2023 to 38% by August of 2028. Interim goal 5, again, starts with our fifth grade students, increasing the percentage of fifth grade students performing on grade level from 26% in 2023 to more than 31% by spring of 2024 as measured by the iReady math diagnostic. Interim goal 5.1 increases the percent of sixth grade students performing on grade level from 26% in spring of 2023 to more than 31% by spring of 2024 as measured by the iReady math diagnostic. And then our interim goal 5.2 increases the percent of seventh grade students performing on grade level from 20% in spring of 2023 to more than 25% by spring of 2024 as measured by the iReady math diagnostic. And that concludes the interim goals that we are proposing for the governing board's approval.
Questions from the board?
Dr. Hagigat, Dr. Gonzalez, are any of these tools something that's brand new, or are these all tools that are well-known, well-used? Any surprises there, or like comparisons that we want to be mindful of that have new testing tools, I guess?
Madam Vice President, these are tools that we have been using for the last few years. So we're able to have historical data. The historical data is what helped us set the trend line that will help us predict where our students should be performing. It also has allowed us to look at the correlation between performance on these measures and performance on the AASA.
Thank you very much.
I don't have any questions other than thank you, Dr. Gonzalez and team, for these updated interim goals. I'm very excited to get us moving in our progress monitoring. Next is our calendar, so I'm super excited about that. Hearing no other further questions, may I please get a motion to adopt our interim goals?
Alicia Vink, so moved.
This is Carmen, I'll second.
Vote call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Mr. Regional Carrillo,
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
With D2 passing, we will move on to D3, receive, discuss, and take possible action on the superintendent interim guardrails. Pass it over to Dr. Hagigat.
Thank you, President Bueno, board members, cabinet, and community. This evening, I have the opportunity to share the modification of our interim guardrails. We received feedback on our study session, and then we received additional feedback from our board officers with our consultant so that we could better understand what was the interest within these guardrails. And so today we bring you some modifications. You will note on guardrail 1, the superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without reciprocal and effective communication between the board, district employees, and community stakeholders. So our interim guardrail 1.1 or 1.0 is by May 2024, consistent uniform communication to the governing board, employees, parents, and the larger community will increase from 0 platforms to at least 4 platforms, including our website, social media, published communications, and target mailers to demonstrate clear, unified message. We continue to hear from our boards or other board or other entities that we are not in a place where our information is consistent or up to date. And this is something that our board members shared with us back in our study session on December 21st, and it continues to come back as a reoccurring interest. So this is the way that we'd like to address better communication across our district with our stakeholders. If you'd like, I could pause for each one of them to receive thoughts, or I can do all of them. I'm open.
I would appreciate the pause because I do have a question, but
Okay.
I'll first turn it over to my colleagues. Any questions on 1.0? I do have a question. What are the other platforms that we currently use to communicate to our stakeholders, to our parents, and to the governing board?
We have had the opportunity to send our newsletter, our magazine, Phoenix #1 for the larger community. Right now, we don't have consistency in our platforms. We use communication for our governing board. We use our email. We use our oral communication, we use text, but there's nothing out there that's giving us that consistency. For the larger community and our parents, we have our social media right now that it's being addressed through one of our vendors. And so what we're wanting is we want to make sure that our Facebook and Instagram and any newsletters, any type of communication has the same consistent information regardless of who it's coming from. Right now, it's not something that we run with the level of consistency that allows for us to have that clear message. Sometimes it could even be we are the ones that are causing that lack of clarity where we're not bringing in information that is timely, or it's not being pushed out in a way that really reaches all of what we need in a timely manner. So we want to get better at that. We agree with our board that we can do a better job at bringing communication to all of our stakeholders.
Can you give an example of what the text message was?
Well, no, I'm just saying in text messaging, when I communicate with our board myself is through text message, or we use in general our class dojo, or we use our some of the schools have different ways of sending out the robocalls, and we just don't have a consistency across.
Well, I do want to, so I guess I'm a little confused with, will increase from 0 platforms because we're not at 0 because you just listed all the things that we do use. So then we do have a baseline. And then how would we even measure, I think your measurement is just saying from 0 to at least 4. So I can't wrap my head around how does that even guarantee that the message is being received and acted upon?
Yeah, although we have different platforms, we're not finding the consistency level across our platform. So what we're going for is that consistent, uniform communication. So in some cases, we have one platform sharing one thing, such as the website, and then we may even encounter confusing information in another platform that does not align with what we have. And so we need to align all of our platforms so that we have that clear, consistent messaging. It's not there right now. And so that's what this goal will allow us to do, this interim guardrail. It would allow us to align all of our messaging regardless of where our families, where our stakeholders, where our employees are looking. We would have this level of consistency so that we are not the ones that are causing confusion. We want to bring a higher level of clarity.
Madam Chair, if I might add a comment, I hadn't thought of it that way, and I do appreciate the perspective, because that's right. How do we know what's being reached right now? How do we know which potential contacts are struggling to get communication? That makes perfect sense. Like, I do see that our baseline, actually, we do have a baseline. We're not starting from scratch. So thank you for touching on that.
And I guess this goal is only touching on the effective communication. Where's the reciprocal part?
And what we did is again, this is just our starting point. We don't see this being a one-year goal. We see this goal growing into the other areas. And so we will be able to, at a later time, bring you other interim guardrails so that we're able to complement the rest of the goal. If you recall, at the study session, we had a couple of different goals that were speaking to some of the reciprocal communication with the four corners, but we felt that it wasn't touching what was the immediate need from the feedback that we were receiving. It sounded to us that the immediate need was for us to really bring communication that brings that clarity. And so this would only be a start. We see this being an ongoing goal. It's not a one-year goal. And so we would continue to bring layers to this goal so that it touches the different aspects of communication, including the reciprocal communication. So again, this is just the start for us.
Yeah, but I see that the other guardrails have more than one goal. So I don't understand why guardrail number 1 can have more than one goal.
We can certainly go back and add a few others based on feedback today. I know that that is something that we've been able to do and modify the more we learn about what Dr. Ramos calls the pain points. We're able to come back and really hone in on what it is that we are wanting to achieve. So again, this could be something that we add to, and we could bring some of the combination of what we brought to the study session back to this so that we can address some of the other portions of this superintendent guardrail.
Any other questions for number 1?
Madam Chair, if I might add a comment, another good point. I didn't see it that way either. So thank you again for the perspective. Dr. Davila Hagigat, maybe we just get some examples of what increasing communication looks like to you for the platforms that we do have.
Yes, I'll give the example of just as simple as us inviting our families to enroll. When I was combing through our website alone, as I'm looking through the different buttons, we were sending our families from one area to a PDF that did not submit to a place where they could enroll to another area where we were using our online enrollment, which made it confusing. So part of what we've been able to do just in a very brief period of time is really connect those efforts just again on enrollment again, where those buttons, whether you are in a website platform on our website, or whether you are in a Facebook platform, you're going to see that consistent message. And so that's just one example right now, a real life example that's taking place because we just did not have the same messaging going on, including to the phone number. If you were to do it on a phone, it gives you the option to call. But if you just clicked on another link, it wasn't functioning the way that it should. So we're really combing through and making sure that what we're putting out there is working, not just on the day that we tested, but on other days as well. So that's one example of how we see us being able to enhance our communication.
I think that's more along the lines of guardrail number 5. You just described the perfect scenario of what the enrollment barriers currently are. So back to Ms. Trujillo's point, can you please repeat your question so we can get an answer?
Yes, Madam Chair, I was hoping to get more futuristic potentiality type examples of what your thoughts were to increase uniform communication for social media, the published communications, and or the targeted mailers, stuff we're not doing that I could.
Yeah, something that we're
Consider.
also not doing is advertising our events, whether it be district events or school-related events. And we're underutilizing our platforms to be able to bring our community and our staff to take advantage of the different events and resources that we have. So having platforms that allow us to have that consistency, again, regardless of how we're sending the message, it's going to be the same message, which will allow us to bring our families to certain events. So that would be another example. We don't have consistency of advertising our events.
So to dig a little deeper on that, is that more like the paid ads that we do? What paid ads do what, as far as advertising, yeah, could I get some examples of what that advertising
it
is or
could
looks like?
include our pay ads. We're not heavily subscribing right now to those. The ones that I'm aware of is when we advertise our different positions that are available, we are able to look at, the different entities that are out there to advertise. But the enrollment campaign right now did an ad for the AC racing children, AC parents racing children. And so, but again, we are not right now heavily subscribing to what could really bring us benefits, either sharing information or recruiting our new families to us. We just need to really put ourselves out there, and we can certainly do a better job with that.
Okay, we can move on to guardrail number 2.
Guardrail number 2 is the superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without a human organizational customer service plan to foster trust and collaboration. We shared these at the study session for interim guardrail 2.0. Being by December 2023, employees will acquire knowledge of the customer care promise and standard from 5% of employees learning the customer care promise and standards during 22-23 school year to 100% of our employees demonstrating knowledge of the customer care promise and standard as measured by Safe Schools training module completion. And we also share interim guardrail 2.0, which was specific to by May 2024, students, parents, and guardians' knowledge of the customer care promise and standards will increase from 0% during the 22-23 school year to 100% receiving knowledge as measured by quarterly communication of the customer care promise and standards in the home language. And then we did add interim guardrail 2.2 as part of the feedback that we received from our board. And this one is by May 2024, student, parents, and guardians satisfaction of the customer care promise and standards will increase from 0% during 22-23 school year to 75 during the 23-24 school year as measured by the client satisfaction survey conducted by a third party. We chose 0% here because we don't have right now the customer care promise and standards. It hasn't been rolled out, so we need to start there. And we chose 75% because we feel that that should be the least that we're able to put out there. We want all of our families to be satisfied. We know that there will be some that may not, but we felt that it needed to be a high percentage if we are here to do what we need to do, which is respect, value, and care for our families.
Madam Chair, I've got a quick question. I was trying to decide how to phrase it, but again, an example of what that would look like would be really, really helpful. I know we've had the customer care promise and standards shared with us in previous board meetings and our like superintendent's report and things like that. So like if we were going to survey or give an instrument somewhere, what would that look like? Is that something? Or I guess I don't want to make any recommendations or get too detailed because my brain works completely different than yours. So if we could get a few examples of what that looks like, I could definitely understand better. If
Yes,
this is the vision that is in my head.
The vision that we're putting out here is that we are going to introduce all that interact with us to these standards. And this is what we are going to live by as we interact with our students, with our staff, with our community at large. I think the part that you're asking about, though, what does this look like as we measure it? We would work with that third party. They would look at our standards. They would come up and help us come up with questions that are going to really come through. Do our families feel respected, valued, and cared for? Are our standards working in a way that we intend? Sometimes our intentions could be great, but if our families are feeling degraded, disrespected, and not valued, then our standards are not where they need to be. And so we specifically said a third party because we want to make sure that it's something that it's valid. We want to work with a company that does surveys and that understands how to bring out those outcomes for our families without us feeding. Sometimes if we do the question, we have leading questions into it, and then all of a sudden the family's answering what the leading question asked, not what we're really needing to commit to. So for us, we want to roll these out, inform our families, let them know that we have a commitment. And regardless of what our intentions are, the only way that we will know that we hit the mark is by having this feedback. And so our goal is to be able to have that by the end of May, because we want to make sure that first that knowledge is out there.
That does help me a lot. Thank you very much. I can always just picture myself as a parent on the other end. So hearing that this hasn't been rolled out yet, what's the plan for that rollout? So that way these two things are successful in the future.
Yes, right now we are, again, we only had our employees learn about this, which is our office managers and assistant managers. So we are going to work with our principals and our leaders so that we can have a consistent implementation. We are also going to work with them as we bring in the survey so that it is something that is ongoing. Once we get this created, we will be able to get ongoing feedback. And so the rollout for our parents, again, it'll be through our schools, through our communication. We just welcome Ms. Baker, so she'll be able to support us in different modalities of how we want to put this out there and have everyone have all of this information and start to apply it. Because one thing that we have the knowledge, and one of our standards says that we want to exceed customer care. And so how do we exceed it? Well, we do it by making sure that our clients, that our students are able to really convey that message and that they feel safe and nurture in the environments that we offer. Same for our staff and same for our stakeholders. So the rollout is going to include, again, different layers. First, through Safe Schools, our staff will be able to get, all our employees will get that information. And then through different methods of communication, our parents and guardians will get that information. We'll reach out to our community stakeholders. We want everybody to know that this is what we're doing. And then we will be able to assess our efforts through our interim guardrail 2.2. And we'll give you board updates as we move forward with these, in addition, because I know these are only measured twice a year for guardrails. And so, but it's important for you to get some of our updates as we roll these out, being that it's all new for all of us.
Okay, and I just wanted to acknowledge that I just was reminded by interim guardrail 2.0 that that date is a lot sooner than the other date. So I'm sure that was intentional for that process. Okay. Okay, I'm still processing. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
I did have a quick question. The survey, will that be a separate survey than, I think we do a yearly family survey now? Right? Okay. Will this be a separate survey or will we be able to like meld them together or?
Yes, we are interested and sometimes we over survey. So when we work with this third party, our goal is to be able to blend it in. But I think it's going to be a combination because we also want to be able to do some pit stops. Like if you're at the office and we share 3 questions and you're able to answer those, how was your service? Did we meet your goals? And do you feel respected by the experience? Do you feel valued? And so just even grabbing those snapshots of experiences, I think will help us get to the outcome of understanding if if the customer care promise and standards are working for us.
That's a really helpful explanation to know kind of where you're headed there. So it sounds like what I might get in from a business or something where I went to it and then I get a text, please tell us how it was. Okay. I don't always answer all of those, but I hope our families do. It's good. Thanks.
Dr. Davila, my lingering question in my head is what does this look like for other populations that will be on the receiving end of the customer care promise and standards, like as far as employees, I see that the student parents and guardians are in here. I see that the employees will acquire the knowledge. I guess what does that look like on the employees end?
Yes, it's intended for everyone. Everyone in our system should feel cared, respected, and valued. And so our goal is not to just deliver, but to also receive. So regardless of where you are in our system, you should feel that these customer care promise and standards impact you in a very positive way.
Madam Chair, I've got one more question. Piggybacking on Dr. Vink's acknowledgement of our annual survey. What does this look like for students? I feel like since we have the most access to students, what does this look like on a classroom, on a student level?
We are going to have all of these posted in every classroom, every lobby, every department. And so our students are going to be well aware of our customer care standards because they also apply to them. And specific to the survey, we also capture, that's okay. We also capture their perspective of how they're connecting with the school. How are they feeling cared for? How are they feeling valued? So we feel that we will have a good idea for the different stakeholders when they take that survey, and we will better understand, again, if we're hitting the mark with these customer care standards.
thought of another question, Madam Chair, if I might speak again. What does this look like, I guess, for our student orgs, our youth councils? Like, I just want like a real life example I can picture as opposed to like painting my own picture.
Share with me which group you just shared about.
Just like, my thought was like student groups, like different, just a different lens, I guess, and than just saying like a generalized students or parents or employees. That's what I'm looking for, just more of a real life.
We would work
Interaction.
closely with our student groups and our parent groups. This is something that is going to have a high level of transparency. And so the way I'm envisioning it is working with our student council and bringing this to them so that they can become a part of how is the culture of your school and how are these standards connecting with the expectations here at X school. And so we would need to work with our principals, our student groups, our parent groups, our FACE. They've been involved with some of this also. And so we would really take it to the larger level so that we know that groups are being impacted differently and they're going to be perceived and translated differently. And it's really going to be on us to see, is this working for all or how do we modify? This is again, our first attempt to have something consistent that allows us to stand behind this is how we treat people and this is how we want to be treated.
Definitely getting a lot closer. Thank you very much. It's clicking more. So that's huge. I hadn't thought of it that way either, because as I mentioned earlier, I do take it super serious that all of our schools serve very different parts of our community. So being able to dissect, or to be able to realize that and dissect it as I guess to really hone in and pay attention to it and really understand it. I guess that's what I think I'm looking for. So that touches on it. So anything you might want to share to, I don't know, give me a little more intimate of a vision, I'd be open to, but I completely get if sending you down a rabbit hole with me.
I think part of the excitement with this one is that we'll be to collaborate on its delivery. We have the nice bones to it. And so when being able to collaborate with our schools, being able to collaborate with our students, being able to get ongoing feedback is going to shape our outcomes in a way that's really going to hit just the different needs at different schools. And so I think for us, it's a great start with our ability to have some type of survey, a way to measure it. And we anticipate having the opportunity to be able to modify some of the delivery depending on the need. And so this really opens up different opportunities for us.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So when you say delivery, is that what I'm picturing is like adjusting the instrument according to the school? Like we've got preschool over here and then we have our performing arts one over. So like changing or revising or just putting the time into having an instrument that is able to capture. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, this anchors us. And so this
Anchors.
gives us that consistency. And once we have that, then we're able to bring it to the different groups. I'll use your preschool example and help them understand, what does it look like to be respectful? What does it look like? And have those conversations, but we all anchor from the same place so that that's where our consistency comes from.
I do have a question regarding 2.0. Can you please give us more information about this Safe Schools training module completion? The questions are, is this an added cost? And does this include the staff completing this training while they're on the clock?
Yeah, it's done in various ways. What it adds is our need to really create that module that allows us to share the intention of the customer care promise and standards. And then our staff would be able to watch and then take a quiz similar to other modules that they take. Now, for some of our staff, they do it on their own time. Some staff do it during their prep time, but some of our staff that is hourly, there's time that their evaluators give them to complete this task during the school day. And so this Safe Schools module will be very similar to what our staff already experiences.
Thank you. Are we ready to move on to number 3? Number 3.
Thank you. Guardrail number 3, the superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without a system designed to recruit, employ, and retain diverse staff who reflect the community and meet the needs of our urban district students and their learning environments. Interim Guardrail 3.0, 3.1, and 3.2 were divided. It used to be where it was just 3.0 and it included retention, recruitment, and employment. Because they are 3 different things, we felt that it was important for us to separate them and collect the data in a separate way. So when you look at Interim Guardrail 3.0, by September 2025, the district will demonstrate an increase in the retention of diverse qualified staff who reflect the community and meet the needs of our urban district students through the development and the implementation of the Phoenix #1 recruit, employ, and retain plan as measured by comparing the 23-24 retention baseline data to the 24-25 post-plan implementation data. You're going to see the same approach with all 3, but what is going to be different is for 3.0, we're going to collect retention baseline data. For 3.1, we are going to collect recruitment baseline data. And for 3.2, we're looking at the employment. We felt that it was important for us to bring clarity and really transparency for us to see where is this coming from and where are we being most successful. And so it's the same that you saw at the study session. We just divided it up in a way that will allow us to bring you that progress monitoring in a clearer form.
Madam Chair, I do have a quick, not even a quick question. It's actually a difficult question. May I please have your understanding of diversity in the context it's used here?
Yes, absolutely. For me, when we speak about diverse staff, our goal is to bring adults to our work environment that allow our students to see themselves as part of what they do and what they represent. And so we want to make sure that we bring our staff that allows, when our students see themselves, then they're able to dream, then they're able to connect and understand that anything's possible for them. And so for us, it's important that we are able to bring that diversity. So it could be diversity in many areas. As a matter of fact, any of the areas, because our students are diverse and they're going to be able to really connect with that person and then have the opportunity to say, I can do that. I can be a board member because I see my board members and I see what they've done and I see that they come from the same places and spaces where I've been. And so now it's a possible dream. And so we want to make sure that our students are able to match themselves with that dream and make it possible.
I don't think I actually heard a definition, but okay. Any questions for 3?
Maybe not so much a question as far as like digging a little deeper. So so my mind, because I'm thinking, when I think diversity, I'm thinking ethnicity, I'm thinking geographic area, I'm thinking a multitude of things. So I want to hear what your grasp, I want to hear if my thoughts match your thoughts, kind of a thing.
They do. We're connected in the thinking because we want to make sure that we hit all areas, whether it be ethnicity, whether it be, with our exceptional students, whether it be, it doesn't matter. There's just so much that we can offer as individuals. So my definition is matching your definition of diverse.
Well, with respect to that, I didn't share mine on purpose because I organically want your authentic response. So I'll leave it be, but that's where some of my concern, not even concern. I just want to really know. I just want to know what our district plans to do to meet or stay within this guardrail on a student level. Are we socioeconomic status, where you carpool to get, like, there's so many different ways that we can see each other around our communities. That's kind of what I'm looking for, as far as more of a description of what that means when we use diversity in this context. If I know it's not a direct question, but any more examples, or just maybe even what your vision is when you think of the interim guardrails for this guardrail, what that looks like just from your visits in our community. Being new to this district, I'm sure it's a lot to take in. So I apologize for going down the rabbit hole a little deeper, but I do really want to know what this looks like to you.
Yes, and thank you for that. For me, and I'll even use myself as an example. I was able to move in the direction of administration, in the direction of teaching, in the direction because I was able to see other Hispanic women really making a difference. And so when you look at that, you want to make sure that you as the child, and right now, I'm speaking for my kids of, here in Phoenix #1, that regardless of where they come from, regardless of what are some of their interests or even some of those challenges that they may have, that we have people within our system that they're able to connect with. And so I bring it back to even my own experience, as you ask, what does it look like to me? Just attending leadership camps where there was representation, where there was a lot of motivation and a lot of inspiration to say, si se puede, you can go out there and do this. And so there's times where you walk that path and you just organically go and cheer our kids on. I get stopped by our kids in 4th, 5th, 6th grade, and they'll ask me, well, did you always want to, or how did you get there? Or just being able to sit down with them and say, yes, whatever it is that your goal is and your dream, you can do it. If you want to be a teacher, you're going to see Ms. Ramos. If you want to be, and so be able to point those examples out, not just for women, not just for Hispanic, not just for everyone. We need to put it out there. And if we have this diverse staff, then it organically takes place for our kids, but it has to be intentional. We have to make sure that we go look for those professionals that are going to be able to bring what our kids will be able to connect with.
With regard to your comment about the governing board, you've been asked several times to have our photos at the front office to all our sites. So I'm not believing your comment about the governing board representing their community and empowering the future generations. I just do not appreciate that comment at all. So we'll move on to number 4.
Number 4, the superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without a site budget process where resources are allocated equitably. This interim guardrail 4.0 remained the same, and Mr. Manley had shared about the site budget process and some of the different pieces that came along to us, making sure that our sites are able to know what they have and how to spend, and so that it serves as something that is not an obstacle for them. And so this is something that is a work in progress here, and this guardrail did not change at all.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I've got, would just love another refresher perspective on what went on. What we walked into this year, what has been going on with our 14 sites. That now that we're doing this, I can kind of have a better idea of where we started from and then where we're going with this.
I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Manley because he does a beautiful job sharing where we started and where we're going. Mr. Manley?
Governing Board, Superintendent. Could you clarify the question just so I can focus on the answer?
Just how we got here, what was going on before this happened? Did we not have any, did our schools not have any of their own budgets, I guess? Where are we growing from?
So in having the opportunity to join us in January, it became apparent that years past, there had been a structure for site-based budgets that had fallen off at some point in prior to January, where a number of our principals didn't know or didn't have the training to access visions, to run reports on what they might have, or populate budget control groups that we've reestablished for sites, so that now that with FY 23-24, we've reestablished principal access and their office manager access to visions based on ADM so that they have a clear understanding of what they're allocated for M&O and capital. And as soon as we can get through the AFR and get cash balances reconciled from last year to this year, the cash accounts will also be something that they have access to at their fingertips. So we had multiple trainings with the principals. We had one-on-one training with all staff. And then I've met one-on-one or one-on, sometimes it's the principal and their office manager or whoever else they want to bring along to kind of share how those processes work, so that principals know how much they have, so they can plan on, you are accordingly knowing what resources that they have. In a nutshell. And when you talked about equity, the equity base surrounding that. So I was very happy to, Sherry Zeeb, our Director of Federal Programs, had a mechanism in place that helped equitably distribute some of the title funds and some of the other funds based on a swing scale, based on need. I'm exploring that. And actually, I had set aside some time, not knowing that I'd be standing in mud to Dr. Bell had shared some of his previous experiences, how he had been able to do something similar with M&O. So I want to dive into that and figure out what the best pathway towards that will be as quickly as possible. And a lot of those doors are going to open up again when I can close out the encumbrance period for this year ends this week, and then we have to reconcile and do an AFR. And as soon as I get a very clear picture of where we are, really soup to nuts, we can take a look at what resources we have. And I'd like to take a look at doing that before my benchmark date is over, but knowing how we can implement a more equitable distribution for M&O and capital and any other pieces that come across, so that we can have a better application of resources based on need, not necessarily just on ADM.
I do have a question. Sorry, just real quick on the equitable piece. Do you think that you would be open to, after seeing like some of the tax credit campaigns that each individual site does, do you plan on helping the other sites kind of,
Yep.
you know, execute that like equitably? Like, are we looking at, you know, the different types of funding efforts done at the individual sites?
Yes, so I'm gonna harken back to when I was a principal and I saw that as an opportunity to line my own school's pockets with tax credit donations. There are some very simple tools that we can put in place. Part of that, I will be asking my neighbor next to me to come up with some plans on how we can communicate a more global tax donation mechanism. So we do have an online way for folks to find us, but they have to find us. So we need to go and find them. And it's not just tax credit donations, it's also direct donations from anybody with money that wants to donate funds to public education. And I know that there's people out there. I know, and again, I don't want to sidebar myself with what I've personally done in a different district, but I made a point to reach out to anyone I could think of that had the ability to donate funds to a tax exempt organization like a public school district. It's not quite as simple as the tax credit piece where you get a dollar for dollar donation, or you get, you know, off of your state taxes. But I'm sure there are people, not just in Arizona, but across the who knows where, that might be looking to donate to public education. And we have not had, I haven't had the chance to come up for air yet to come up with a plan on how we can look at the full scope of how we can increase donated funds, but there are plenty of ways to go about doing that. I can't tell you what my plan is yet because I don't have one yet, but as a principal, I wrote hundreds of letters. I turned my PTO into a 501c3 and we did it that way, but that's a different way to do things. But we could look at a district-wide mechanism for trying to advertise how we can get more donations into the district. And I'm looking forward to doing that.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate your personal insight, and I agree with you. I think once we know what we're asking for, I think we can definitely go out and ask for it. So I look forward to partnering with you and establishing what that plan looks like.
Absolutely. I know that one of the strongest tools I use had a goal in mind. So I had to get Promethean boards in all my classrooms. So that was a good hook, saying, here's what we need to do. How can you help me do that? And let me hang you on my wall of fame, not my wall of shame. And things like that are effective.
That's the exact real life example kind of thing that I was talking about that helped me like see exactly where we're going with it. So thank you for leading by example. It sounds almost like this has been already in the works before we talked about this in December. Well, of course you weren't here yet, but this came about, you know, at the end of last year. So it seems like you fell in line with this before we even adopted this in May. So this gives me a whole different perspective on the guardrail now, because it really, the guardrail to me really does include other money that's not just in our budget. Like we have to be doing the PTAs, we have to be doing all the other resources and things, because each school is so different and has different networks. So that makes a heck of a lot more sense. As my mind just opened a lot more with this guardrail. So let me process. Thank you guys both very much.
Thank you, Ms. De La Rosa, for joining us. Just want the minutes to reflect that she has joined us. Thank you. We are on item D3. Any other questions for number 4? Hearing none, we'll move on to number 5.
Guardrail number 5, the superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without implementing a community focus plan to mitigate student enrollment barriers. You will notice that this one changed completely from its original form. And what we went with is by May 2024, we will establish meaningful partnerships with birth to 3 years of age entities, community organizations, to partner in creating marketing and community events for the purpose of increasing enrollment outreach from 0 events to 5 events to welcome new families to Phoenix #1. Again, this is with the feedback that we received, and when we met with our board officers, we were able to really better understand the vision, we believe, and really open up those doors to Phoenix #1 before our families may even be looking, or our community may be even looking for a school, to make ourselves available to what is here and how can we educate our community and how can we bring this to life so that we can capitalize even before our students become enrolled to us. And so again, this was born from our conversation with our board members, and we felt that it just really can speak to how we're starting to define our future and not just wait until they get to us.
May I ask why there's only one goal?
We
Because earlier you gave the perfect example of, what those barriers were. So I'm kind of surprised not to see more examples or more goals around, how are we going to mitigate our enrollment barriers, knowing that enrollment is declining and we've been in this predicament for a while. And I think this was the great opportunity to set up what those interim guardrails look like, and it's only one.
Yeah, and again, this is not just a 1 year and done. We would continue our work with this. And this is not the only thing that we would be doing this year. This is the only thing that we're tracking as part of our progress monitoring here with the board. But as I shared with the other goals, certainly if there's 1 or 2 more, because we are limited to 3 that we feel we need to include here based on the other ideas that surface, we're certainly open to that as well. But again, we want to remind everyone that these are for this year, and several of these are going to be ongoing. Enrollment is not going to, the need for enrollment is not going to end, and the need to remove barriers for our families will also be ongoing. So this is a start for us, not the end.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just have comments. I do like this as a start. I as I mentioned in our study session, I think our guardrails are heavy. So could be a lot there. But I appreciate the focus on birth to 3. I think over the years, the board has had many conversations about focusing on birth to 3 in many ways. So this is just a way to reach out to those families. And I have been able to see some of those families at our family center recently. The babies are playing on the floor in the corner with all the toys. And I think it's a great way to bring them in. So I'm excited to see how we continue to build those partnerships in the community.
You're welcome, because that was actually my recommendation. It was not on the superintendent's radar to include this. So you're welcome.
I appreciate the teamwork. Thank you.
I have kind of an open-ended question. In your opinion or perspective, as our district leader, what barriers are removed from potential families with this guardrail?
I think for us, the biggest barrier is that knowledge and that understanding of what Phoenix #1 can offer. There's also the barrier of being able to support. There's a lot of research that supports us having those meaningful partnerships and relationships with families from birth to 3 as we get them prepared for the preschool experience and the kindergarten experience. So for us to be able to have these events, again, it gives us the start, because what we really need to continue to do is give our families the opportunity to have that early literacy and bring them the resources that they need so that when they come to school, they are prepared. We know that many of our students are coming unprepared. And so to be able to touch on this birth through 3 and have that partnership with our families, with our community, and bring those resources allows us to get closer when they come into preschool and kindergarten so that they can be prepared for that experience. So for me, it's always been a birth to 3 situation. We always want to be able to capitalize on that. There's many families that are able to have those experiences on their own for their children, but there's many of our families that are not able to have that, and some of it can be affordability. So to be able to expand ourselves and have this relationship from early on, we are not only setting our families for success, we're setting our students for success.
I have a question. With all that said, have you guys discussed or thought about what type of events will actually get parents engaged or community engaged, especially when 0 to birth might be a little harder, when the family has 4 other different kids or 3 other different kids and so many other grade levels? Have you talked about what type of events?
We have, and I've had some experience with this as well. The in-person events are great, but a lot of our families are not able to make those events. What we were able to do in a past district is when we had different opportunities for our families to turn onto a Zoom or turn onto something virtual or have snippets of 5-10 minute opportunities for a skill or a lesson that allows them to then carry that. That has been very helpful. Reading, whether it be in their native language or in English, that read out loud, it was very successful to have that on-demand opportunity for our families to touch upon that. The in-person events, as long as we have the food and we have the care for the other kids, have been successful. And what I've always seen in my own experience that has worked is when you have that differentiation for the different levels, and it's make it and take it is what we used to call it, especially for our Title I nights, where the littles were able to also be a part of the opportunity with the parents, and sometimes the older kids were able to experience something in the whole, there was something for the whole family. So I have learned that if we involve the whole family, we differentiate for the different ages, then, and provide the meal and the daycare, then we're able to really hone in on each individual, not just one.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Hearing none, we can move on to taking possible action. Do I have a motion?
I would like to motion that we table this until next meeting to give our team time to go back and make some adjustments.
I would just say for me, I'm fine either way. For me, it would just be guardrail number 1 is just focusing on the reciprocal aspect of the goals, and adding that to guardrail number 1.
I second your motion. Roll call, please.
For clarification, this is a motion to table this item, correct? Right. Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Mr. Reginald Carrillo,
Aye.
Ms. Erica de la Rosa,
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to item D4, where we will conduct our board quarterly self-evaluation. Thank you. On the screen, you'll see what our self-evaluation template looks like. Please turn to pages 2 through 7 on your governance manual so that we can go through each of these categories to grade ourselves.
Was this emailed to us previously?
The manual has been distributed several times. Last board
the
meeting at the
expectation.
study session was actually printed and left at your desk.
Do we have another copy? Because if the expectation is for both digital and print copies for our staff, then I would assume the same for us.
Can you please repeat that?
So if the expectation is a digital and print copy, I would appreciate a digital copy too.
And that has been provided.
So the answer is yes, it's been emailed.
Yeah, this has been emailed several times. You also have
So thank you.
access to the Google Drive where you will find all the SOFG materials.
Thank you.
Okay, starting at page 2. We are at the vision and goals. The board will, in collaboration with the superintendent, adopt goals that are student outcomes focused. So in the red, we will see it says not student outcomes focused. The board is not student outcomes focused if any of the following are true. Number 1, the board has not adopted goals. We have adopted goals, so that does not apply to us. Number 2, the board has not consistently demonstrated the ability to distinguish between inputs, outputs, and outcomes. How do we feel about that?
Which page are we on?
2?
Madam Chair, I'll go first. Being a part of the cohort has helped me be able to decipher those. And it is something I have to constantly work at, like a new language to understand. So please, everyone, know that we aren't going to get this overnight, or at least I didn't. So for me personally, I'm okay with this, but I do understand if we are still at a 0 with this one.
No other feedback? I'll move on to the third one. The board has not hosted opportunities to listen to the vision of the community during the previous 36-month period. I think we have hosted those opportunities through our February outreach efforts. Please correct me if we are not in alignment. Okay, well, I'm still stuck on number 2, that we have not consistently demonstrated the ability to distinguish between inputs, outputs, and outcomes.
I would agree with the bottom one. I think we have met that one. I am still iffy about the second one because it pertains to the entire board and not just the 2 of us that are in the cohort. So feedback would be really helpful if you've got any to share.
I will agree. I'm sorry, it took me a minute we haven't done this board evaluation process in a bit, so it took me a minute to catch up to how this was going. But thank you for giving me a second. Yes, I would agree that our board collectively is still struggling to distinguish between inputs, outputs, and outcomes.
Thank you for your honesty. And I will put us down as a 0, so we can move on to the next category. Next on page 3, in the category of values and guardrails, the board will, in collaboration with the superintendent, adopt guardrails starting at 0. The board is not student outcomes focused if any of the following are true. The board has not adopted goals. Great, we did that. The board has not hosted opportunities to listen to the values of the community during the previous 36-month period. I think we established that we did that. We get to move on to the next category, which is approaching student outcomes focus. We are in the yellow section, so we have the opportunity to get 5 points. No items from the not student outcome focus column. And so we completed the red column, right? We did all those things. So in order for us to get the 5 points, we need to complete these next 5 items in the orange yellowish column. Oh, great. The board has adopted in collaboration with the superintendent guardrails based on the community's values and that do not hinder pursuit of the goals. Each guardrail describes a single operational action or class of actions the superintendent may not use or allow in pursuit of the goals. How do we feel about that one?
So that's board and superintendent guardrails, though, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so then if we haven't adopted the guardrails yet, oh, it said actually the superintendent guardrails are down below, I guess. But since we haven't adopted it, then we get a 0.
But we have adopted our guardrails.
The I meant the superintendent guardrails.
I think you're thinking of the interim.
Oh. Isn't that in further down?
But we're talking about the first
Oh,
one.
yeah. Yes.
So yes, we've adopted our board and superintendent guardrails. Thank you. Next, the board has adopted no fewer than 1 and no more than 5 guardrails. Fewer guardrails allow for more focus, more allow for less. Yes. Agree. Okay, next. The superintendent has adopted in collaboration with the board 1 to 3 interim guardrails for each guardrail, and each interim guardrail is SMART. No, we have not done that. Okay, next, the status of each interim guardrail is able to be updated multiple times during each school year. Nope, not there yet. The board publicly posted the guardrails for public comment prior to adoption. Oof, we're gonna have to do that. Okay, so keep that in mind for the next time this item comes back to the agenda, our interim goals, interim guardrails. So then we have not completed all of these items, so then we are at a 0. Okay. Page 4, monitoring and accountability. The board will devote significant time monthly to monitoring progress towards the goals. In the red, 0, not student outcomes focused. The board is not student outcomes focused if any of the following are true. The board has not adopted guardrails. Did that. The board does not schedule each goal to be monitored at least 4 times per year. So we're not there yet. We've got our monitoring calendar coming up soon. So then we'll be at a 0 for our monitoring and accountability. Okay, next category, communication and collaboration. The board will lead transparently and include stakeholders in the pursuit of the goals. In the red column, not student outcomes focused, the board has not adopted goals. The board did not receive the final version of materials to be voted on at least 3 calendar days before the board authorized public meetings during which the materials would be considered. This one's a tough one. Page 5. I think yes, because we worked on the SOFG presentation. But we didn't vote on it. What do you think?
I understand, Madam Chair, I understand why you're thinking this all the way through, especially because we have already made some adjustments to those as well. However, the final version of materials we voted on, but we have, the material we did vote on, I would say we all received it, but mostly four of us had the time to really know it and own it because we had to do the community sessions.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say yes. I feel like we did meet this one, in
Okay.
my opinion, but I'm definitely open to feedback.
I think so too. Next, there were more than 6 board authorized public meetings in a single month during the previous 12-month period. Board committees are counted in this total. Yeah, we did our
What about-
SOFG stuff.
Right.
We did 15 of those meetings.
But more than 6 in a month, right?
There were more than
In 1
6
month,
in a single
more
month.
than in 1 month. Yeah, so no, we haven't had 6 the SO, but does that count? Cause that was required. He
Was
said
it
he promised
required?
to do that.
Exactly. I don't think it was required. I think that was us trying to stay ahead of our timeline. So
This one I am feeling like I have to take on the chin.
I
You're
think
right.
it does count because what was required of us was just to do a couple, but we did 15. We went out to each one of the sites.
So we get a 0 for overachieving.
Well, no, give us the opportunity to get one.
Funny.
So what do we feel about number 3? Yes or no? We did 4-week. I mean, when are we ever gonna have 6 more public meetings in 1 month?
Hopefully never. That's a lot. But I don't know. I looked at your calendar and I'm a little worried.
So I say yes. Thank you. Any meeting of the board lasted more than 8 hours during the previous 12-month period. That's not true.
Nothing's been 8 hours,
Good.
thankfully.
The board does not use a consent agenda. We do use a consent agenda. Okay, the board has not hosted opportunities to listen to the vision and values of the community during the previous 36-month period.
We have hosted.
Yes or no?
Hosted, yes.
All right. Moving on to getting 1 point. Approaching student outcomes focused. No items from the not student outcomes focused column, and all consent eligible items were placed on the consent agenda and all but a few were voted on using a consent agenda.
But all but a few were voted on using a consent agenda. Well, I don't know whether that's on you guys in cabinet. I don't know what consent eligible items were presented, so sorry.
I think, yes, I think we do utilize the consent agenda properly. And we do put the eligible items on there. Yes. Oh, shoot, this last one. Okay. The board tracks its use of time in board authorized public meetings, categorizing every minute used as one of the following: goal setting, which is reviewing, discussing, and or selecting goals; goal monitoring, reviewing, discussing, and or approving, not approving goal monitoring reports; guardrail setting, reviewing, discussing, and or selecting guardrails; guardrail monitoring, reviewing, discussing, and or approving, not approving guardrail monitoring reports; leadership evaluation, board self-evaluation, board time use evaluation, and superintendent evaluation; voting, debating, and voting on any item. These activities are never a form of goal guardrail monitoring; community engagement, two-way communication between the board and community members, or other. I say no because we haven't gotten to our, what is it? The
Monitoring evaluation.
monitoring, but also the, how we tracking time of our agenda use.
Okay.
So we were so close.
Nope.
We get a 0.
Man, we're failing.
Yeah.
This is.
Next, page 6, unity and trust. The board will lead with one voice in its pursuit of the goals. In the red column, the board has not adopted goals. Yes, we have done that. The board has not adopted policies that establish board operating procedures. Womp womp, nope. Go for it.
Great. Well, I guess I was just stuck on the policy part. Is that because sorry, I was just glancing at the second one to see whether that fixed it, but I don't know. Okay, so we don't have policies. Like, I know we don't have board operating procedures, but I didn't. And we don't know. Okay. Yeah.
So
0.
that's why, yeah, that's what I was gonna comment, because we don't have the board operating procedures. Then we don't have the policies in place.
You're
I've
right.
seen some
There's
for, like,
the
manuals.
establish where it is in there
Yeah.
too. But some of the wording is tricky.
Absolutely.
It's very specific.
Yep. That's why we can't move. All right, we're at a 0. All right, last but not least, no, it definitely is last. Continuous improvement. The board will invest time and resources toward improving its focus on its goals. The board has not adopted goals. Yes, we have done that. The board has not conducted a self-evaluation during the previous 12-month period.
We have.
We have.
It's number 2, right?
This is our second one. Our first one was November of last year.
That one was
Mm.
easier.
Oh, see, I was
Yeah.
here. I was like, no, we haven't. You guys have, I have not.
The board has conducted a self-evaluation during the previous 12-month period, but did not vote to adopt the results.
I don't know what that means. And doesn't count when it's the first one. We're gonna get a 0. Well, I don't know. I feel like we could get a 1 on this. I feel like it shouldn't count, but it's
Yeah.
the first one. That was like study session. It's not our fault.
I'm so glad I didn't bring my son today. He would have been like, Mom, you're getting 0s. Why are you mad at me?
And there's only 4 of us present for the last evaluation too. No, I don't even think we adopted the results, honestly, in November of last year.
Do you have the results? Was there like a?
It was a 0.
There's nothing to adopt.
It was
remember
easy
us
because
doing
you
it.
just
I
said you'd
don't
never
remember
done it
adopting.
before, so you just get a 0. Like you get a 0 for not having done it. But
But we're still at a 0. Because only 3 of us from November did the self-evaluation.
oh, that counts too.
Well, I'm just bringing it into context.
Okay. All right. Well,
So what do we feel? No?
no.
All right.
Okay.
Another goose egg. All right. Well, we know where we need to improve.
Is it on the agenda to adopt the score then?
No.
Oh, well, we're gonna get a 0 next time. We need to. Can you put it on the next?
We'll put it on the next
Please.
agenda. Yes.
To adopt our 0.
Yes.
See,
gotta
we're already
adopt-
We
learning
get a 1.
from our mistakes.
We got a 1 on something, right? No?
No.
No, we didn't make it.
Oh. Nice.
All right. Thank you so much for your participation. Next, we'll move on to community communications. Do we have any?
We do have some electronic community communications. I don't think we have any in person.
No, we didn't receive any in
They left.
person.
Okay. Our first one is from Miss Anna Lauder. And it says, President Bueno, Vice President Trujillo, and members of the board, I am a parent of 2 students who attend Kenilworth School. I am writing today about our new family center run by Monica Cortez and Erica Graves, located on the Kenilworth campus. I attended an event last week and I want to share my support and gratitude for this important addition to our district community. Families in our district have needed a central place to convene, to engage, and to access necessary resources for student success. I am excited to see the community grow and hope it will receive the board's support. I also hope that the board will make themselves available through the center outside of board meetings to engage with and hear about the actual experiences of families in our district. Anna Lauder. Our second one is from Ms. Nikki Madden, and it says, to whom it may concern. My name is Nikki Madden, and I am not only a parent of a student from Phoenix Elementary District, but I also have a professional relationship with y'all. My daughter has been attending Emerson Elementary School since K. She is in the 4th grade now. We truly appreciate Phoenix Elementary District because they are about the community. I also have a nonprofit organization that's dedicated to assisting families in a crisis. Last week, I attended the Cafecito to show the family center at Kenilworth. I was glad to be present. I love what y'all are doing, and I hope the family center is something y'all will have at more locations. While I was there, I was able to give an impromptu presentation about my nonprofit, Lally's Foundation for Families in a Crisis. We provide wraparound services, extend resources, and case management to our clients. Erica Graves and I worked together on a project last year, and it was nice seeing a familiar face. We were able to arrange a time for me to formally introduce Lolly's FFC to the Family Center. I believe Lolly's FFC and the Family Center can partner together. We are able to provide resources that y'all can't. Once again, I appreciate everything y'all are doing. Family support is something that's non-existent in our community. I am looking forward to working together for the betterment of our community. Sincerely, Nikki Madden, founder and CEO of Lolly's FFC. That concludes our community communication.
Thank you. We have none in person. We will move on to our consent agenda. Just a reminder to the public, our consent agenda lists several items for approval of the board by a single motion. The items listed under the consent agenda have gone through superintendent's cabinet review and recommendation. Documentation concerning these items has been provided to all board members and the public as part of the itemized agenda. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, this is Carmen. If there's no objection, I call for removal of item F7 out of consent into action for individual consideration, please.
Okay, can I get a motion with that consideration?
This is Carmen. I so moved.
Alicia Vink, a second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Mr. Regional Carrillo.
Aye.
Ms. Erica de la Rosa,
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on our item G for executive session. We are going into executive session to convene for the purpose of receiving legal advice from the attorney for the public body regarding the board's options with respect to the superintendent's performance-based pay. I adjourn us at 7:35 with a 7-minute break before we get started in executive session. My mic's not on. Oh, there it is. Thank you. We're ready to convene back to regular session. Okay, just 1 second. No. Because we didn't vote to go into executive. Ready? Okay, we are ready to resume to regular session. Moving on to action item H1. Per the district's contract with its superintendent, the governing board will discuss and determine the superintendent's performance-based pay effective June 30th, 2023. Do I have a motion?
Roger Carrillo, a motion that the governing board pursuant to paragraph 3.2 of the superintendent's contract adopt a performance-based plan that will divide the total amount of performance pay into 3 equal portions to be evaluated by the board in the areas of achievement, the superintendent's evaluation, and substantial progress toward meeting the agreed upon goals of the district.
Do we have a second?
Alicia Vink, I second.
Roll call?
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Ms. Regional Carrillo,
Aye.
Ms. Erica de la Rosa,
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, may I get a motion to adopt a amount for the performance-based pay for the 22-23 school year?
I motion after having considered the. We need a second for that? Can I just proceed?
Second.
Sorry, so moved.
Oh, you need to say the motion.
After having considered the 3 categories of performance pay, I move that the governing board award $8,000 as performance pay for the 22-23 school year, and that the performance pay be provided to the superintendent in the next regularly scheduled paycheck.
Alicia Vink, I second.
Roll call?
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
No.
Ms. Regional Carrillo,
Aye.
Ms. Erica de la Rosa,
No.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
Ms. Carmen Trujillo,
No.
I motion after having considered the 3 categories of performance-based pay, I move that the governing board award $1,000 as performance pay for the 22-23 school year, and that the performance-based pay be provided to the superintendent in the next regularly scheduled paycheck.
Just Carmen Trujillo, I'll second.
Roll call?
roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Ms. Regional Carrillo,
Nay.
Ms. Erica de la Rosa,
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Madam Chair, may I explain my vote?
Go ahead.
I do not agree with a $1,000 performance pay. I think that given the 3 portions evaluated by the board in the areas of achievement, the superintendent's evaluation, and substantial progress, that our district has made progress, and our superintendent has been dedicated to our entire community this year. And I vote nay.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Who has it?
Yay in favor?
Thank you. Moving on to action item 2, to receive, discuss, and take possible action on the third party or other concern management resource.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Dr. Bowman to share with us the different options for a third-party concern management approach. Thank you.
Can you go ahead and put the, ooh, I can't read that.
Can we get the presentation,
No,
please?
it's
Thank
okay.
you.
Yeah.
We'll
the
get the presentation. There we go.
I can
Thank
see
you.
that. Madam President, Vice President of the Governing Board, tonight I'm going to share with you, you had asked us at our last board meeting to bring back some options to consider for third-party vendors for concern management system. So you'll see some at-cost options and also a no-cost option tonight. So if you would, next slide, please. Board policies have very formal complaint processes in there, and I don't think this is about that, but I just wanted to remind the board of our policies on non-discrimination and equal opportunity, also on sexual harassment and staff grievances. And within each of those, there are very formalized processes if an employee has a complaint in any of those areas, or in the case of a staff grievance, if they have a belief that a policy has been violated by another staff member. So that's what those are all designed to do. What I believe this is about, just my opinion on it, is more policy GA. And what GA is it's the personnel goals and priority objectives that are set through policy. And one of those is human relationships are necessary to obtain maximum staff performance and satisfaction. So it's my belief that this is really centered more on the relationships of the employees in our system versus the more formal process of other policies that already exist. So with that in mind, searched out to look for vendors that provide third-party applications. And originally, I believe it was stated that we should be looking for a phone line of some sort. And then given in the technologically advanced world that we're in today, I wanted to look for a web-based solution, some kind of a very, advanced technological solution that also might be able to be phone-based. So that's what we searched out to do. Could I have the next slide, please? So in a search, and there are quite a few vendors out there that purport to do customer service related software to help organizations and businesses. And the features of the vendors that we ended up looking at, and again, there were many, we looked for a web-based solution that also had the ability for third-party hosting. We also have all three options. We're almost exactly the same in the price structure. All of them were just under $10,000. The concerns and compliments, it can be really expanded. It's not just for concerns, but we can also have suggestions, questions, and compliments of any of the systems that we have where employees and employee relations can be able to enter an entry so that we can look at it from all of those different perspectives. And I know that it was really important for anonymous reporting, but also as equally important is that if an employee would like to share who they are, they should be able to do so too. So all three of these options had anonymous and non-anonymous reporting. And then along with that, once you have a system, then you can do issue resolution tracking. So one of the really nice things is a feature, and one of the vendors called the hidden customer, and two of the three have this today, where if I wanted to have a concern that I shared, let's say it was something with employee relations, or maybe, well, I'll just use that. If I had an employee relations or maybe working conditions, that might be better. Too hot, too cold, something like that. Let's make it really simple. I can go in and I can create my ticket, but I can be a hidden customer so that what happens is I share the concern. And then it gets parsed out to, we have to decide who it goes to, but it goes to somebody and then we can then act on the concern. And then that feedback goes back to that hidden customer to know that we're actually acting on the concern that was shared or the suggestion. I think that's a really nice way for people who may not be comfortable today sharing a concern or suggestion. And that'd be a really good way to do so, and with the hidden customer feature and or with the anonymous reporting. When we do that, then you get analytics. So then you get reports that will come back to us to show us, are there themes that are emerging district-wide that will allow us then as an organization to be really, I guess, swift and nimble to go in and take things head on should we have those kind of trends that would emerge. And all three of these vendors provide great customer service and support, and really, hats off to the vendor people that I talked to for all three. They were just fabulous for the conversations that we had and the support that they would give and the desire to serve Phoenix Elementary School District #1. So that's kind of just the similarities there. All three are very similar in what they would provide to us. There's some advantages and disadvantages of some of them, but the next slide is also, there is a no cost option as well. And that's, I got ahead of myself. I apologize. So the three companies that you see in front of you are a product called Let's Talk. Another one is Issue Track, and then All Voices. And two of the three, we had recommendations to take a look at. The third one was just through canvassing, through like we would in anything with an extensive Google search on looking for companies that actually serve education as one of the features, not just businesses. So that's what we're looking at. And all three of these serve public education in addition to other entities. So then the next slide is the no cost option. Is that earlier this school year, I know we rolled out the We Care Schools.org, and that's a venue for our employees to be able to share concerns, suggestions, ideas to the superintendent. And then those will flow and then get addressed in our system. And along with whatever system we have, is we need to have staff training and awareness of what we're doing, so that, the ultimate goal is to build positive climate and culture so that people have the option to be able to share thoughts and ideas and feel comfortable doing so. So we, in council with our district lawyer, we weren't really sure that we were going to make a recommendation to the board, but instead just wanted to, here's the options, and we're open to guidance about next possible steps. But I'm tired.
Thank you for the information. Back to the vendors. Which of the three provide the analytics?
All three provide analytics.
And which provide the anonymous and the non-anonymous options?
The two that currently have it in motion right now are Let's Talk and All Voices. And the other one is they included in their costs, they would develop that feature. And I was confident that they would have no problem doing so.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Any
welcome.
questions?
Yeah, do you have a list of who else do they work with? Any of these vendors, other school districts, or however many school districts are they working with right now?
Yeah, I didn't ask that on this first iteration. So I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I would like to know who they're actually working with at the moment. And then you did say it was web-based
It is web-based.
cloud
Yes.
application, and
Yeah.
then third-party hosting, which would mean we don't have to endure the infrastructure cost.
That's correct. And then what one of the companies shared with me, it's a lot like Lyft or Uber, where, they don't get to get your information, but they get to interface with you. So when you do Lyft or Uber, the driver doesn't actually get your phone number to store. They just have there's an interface that's encrypted that comes back to us. I didn't know that, so I'm learning. But that's similar type software and similar technologies that we would be implementing here.
Right. Did you get information about that infrastructure cost would be if it's a third-party hosted solution?
That's included in the
That's
costs.
included in this contract
Yeah.
and the prices that you're giving us?
Yes.
would they be configuring the system for us completely, or would there be a console after the fact to tweak any of the configuration settings?
We would have to work, having done some software integration, we'd have to work with our IT folks to make sure that everything worked as seamlessly as possible. So it's not going to be completely no cost to us. We're going to have some resource dedicated to make sure that that works how we want it to. And then in addition to that, as employees are the intended audience or target for this, is they would need to be inside our employee portal. So that it isn't just open to the world. We want it just to be employees.
Right, right. Is there when somebody submits an anonymous complaint, is there an email notification that gets returned to them or a text
Yes.
feature?
Yep.
Thank you.
There is. You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, do we have a motion? Do we need to table this item for further discussion? Okay.
I have another question while we're thinking about it. If you're giving us the first year cost, does that mean that what would be the cost for the second year? Or
In most of those cases, it would be a similar cost for
Okay.
continued.
Okay.
I know, especially for all voices, in order to get the pricing where it was when I was negotiating with them, is that's a multi-year cost.
Right,
So,
Okay.
and then in the other ones, they have implementation fees. So issue track it
I
includes
see.
the 2,000, so it would go down in the second year. That's my
Okay.
understanding, but I didn't ask them for a second year price. And the same with no, Let's Talk did not have that in there.
will that cost include maintenance,
As far
upgrades,
as,
versioning? If
I
there's
believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, just a quick comment to your question, Board Member De La Rosa. It says Scott still uses the K-12 Insight. But can I ask again, which ones had the anonymous feature?
The ones that are currently using that are Let's Talk, the Insight, and then also All Voices. The one that would develop that I don't believe it would be hard to do either, but they don't currently have it the way we want it. Their anonymous reporting is simply anonymous. It doesn't have the hidden customer feature. So we still get the data, we still get the concern, but it doesn't have the ability to provide the feedback that we'd want to provide. If somebody wanted it, they could choose to have that or not. So that's the only difference that I saw in those three.
Dr. Bowman, are each and every one of these specifically for schools, or do they serve multiple multiple?
They
different
can
clients?
expand. So I asked for a narrow focus. I asked for internal communication for the purposes of employee relations. So yes, these companies, especially All Voices and all three of them do. They're customer service, customer-based platforms, and the Let's Talk expands much greater than the internal communication tool. And then All Voices has a complete management system for tracking issues, investigations, et cetera. very robust.
Just jumping on the websites pretty quick. K-12 has a nice selection of other school districts that use them across the country. So I appreciate that. The other ones I didn't find too much info with regard to experience working with schools. I mean, just quickly. As far as being able to share more info, just thinking about which other districts use them.
Based off of your professional opinion, which of the three do you feel would be a good fit? And I know that, you know, you're new, but you know, what do you think would really complement what we're doing here?
I think for what I asked from Let's Talk, they would do a great job. So I don't, that's a hard question, but I really like for the price point of All Voices, because it does more than just the anonymous reporting, that it allows us to also have an HR platform that would help us systematize some of our HR processes. That's what really excited me about All Voices. And Issue Track, they were fabulous to meet with and interface with. I mean, that's why, you know, these are tough decisions to make. And I'm confident that they could do what we needed to do, but it's a matter of they're not doing that today yet, but I'm confident they could, no problem at all. But for this price point and what else we can get, then All Voices is who I would recommend.
I motion that we select All Voices to be implemented as our third party concern management resource.
Erica De La Rosa, I second the motion.
Roll call.
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Mr. Reginald Carrillo,
Aye.
Ms. Erica De La Rosa,
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Thank you, Dr. Bowman.
Thank you, Dr. Bowman. Move on to our closing items. Number 1, board member requests. Any requests?
I have two. The first is clarification regarding the superintendent evaluation timeline for this year. On the SOFG timeline, it says January 2024. So just clarification as to whether we're expecting that in January 2024 or in June. And then an update on when in the SOFG process we expect to create, I was looking for the specific wording, but I didn't find it. I think it's board governance procedures or policies, both. That's all.
Any other requests? Hearing none, move on to future agenda items.
Madam Chair, I would like to have our board retreat date be on one of our next agenda items. Figuring out what that date looks like to add to our calendar. Let's see. I would like a presentation on what this year's looking like as far as class size is concerned. And that's to follow up on a previous request. And then also to follow up on my request for an update on our McKinney-Vento students that transitioned into high school. So just with that, I guess what that process looked like. Did it, I want to understand that transition more because I don't get confirmation that we provide all the info that we're supposed to provide. I know I've asked for it, but I've never heard whether or not it's been done. So as far as us providing the information that we need to help that transition, that's something that's just been lingering around. So I wanted to bring it up again to have a better and full understanding of making sure that that's something that happens, I guess.
Thank you. Any other agenda items?
I have a question, point of clarification, Vice President Trujillo. We were under item future agenda items, but you mentioned that you wanted a presentation regarding class sizes. Is that a board update or an agenda item request?
That's a great question because my understanding of a presentation means like we're here in the boardroom and it's getting presented to us, but you're right, that doesn't mean it has to be in this setting. So I would be okay with the board update.
Okay, the same question goes for the request on an update of the McKinney-Vento transition. For the high school students, would that be a board item, a board agenda item request, or a board update request?
I think fully understanding what that process looks like, a presentation on that in a future board meeting would be ideal.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, may I get a motion for adjournment?
This is Carmen, so moved.
I'll second. Roll call.
Roll call. Sorry about that. Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Mr. Regional Carrillo,
Aye.
Ms. Erica de la Rosa.
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Thank you.
We are adjourned at 10:13 and our next meeting will be Tuesday, September 26th. Thank you.